Okay. All right, everybody, welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 13, 2024. We are beginning at 6:30. Would you please give us the invocation, Councilmember Tucker, and pledge allegiance to the flag, Councilmember McLendon.
If we can bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, please be with us and guide us as we make decisions for our city and our citizens. Fill us with understanding, discernment, patience, and wisdom. Let us ultimately fulfill your will. Please watch over those who are first responders as they are vigilant and service on a daily basis. In Christ's name, amen. Texas flag, pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin with our first. We're going to do a proclamation for Miss Courtney J. Miller. Would you please come up to the front, ma'am?
Test.
This is a proclamation for Courtney J. Miller, whereas Courtney J. Miller was a founding member and first female scout of Scouts BSA Troop 1524 in Rockwall County, and whereas Courtney attained the rank of Eagle on September 25th, 2023, earned 31 merit badges, and earned the Bronze Palm 5 additional merit badges beyond the 21 required for Eagle, and Gold Palm 10 additional merit badges beyond the 21 required for Eagle. And whereas Courtney has held positions of responsibility as Senior Patrol Leader twice, Yeehaw Patrol Leader twice, and Troop Guide. And whereas Courtney has completed leadership training, Introduction to Leadership Skills 6 times, and 2 of which she led, also National Youth Leadership Training and Powder Horn. And whereas Courtney has staffed the 6-day Winter Camp 2023 in the Mountain Man activity area and taught the Wilderness Survival Merit Badge. And whereas Courtney has served 181 total hours of service over her scouting tenure, and whereas Courtney teamed up with Rockwall County Helping Hands for an Eagle Scout project helping those in poverty with toiletries by holding toiletry drives with several Rockwall County groups and then providing a toiletry pickup event. The pickup event had 47 families attend that ultimately assisted over 170 people. Courtney and her volunteers spent 177 hours on the toiletry drives and the toiletry pickup event. And whereas Courtney has spent 95 night camps, 5 frost points, which are nights camped with temperature at or below freezing, 115 miles hiked, completed a scouting high adventure with a 12-day backpacking trek at Philmont Scout Ranch covering over 75 miles, and whereas Courtney has received additional awards such as 50-miler, Paul Bunyan, stand-up paddleboarding, National Outdoor Achievement, camping 3 times, and hiking, and whereas Courtney is a member of the Order of the Arrow, the Scouting's National Campaign Honor Society, attained Brotherhood in 2023, holds a position of Area Chief for 2024 of the Arrow, and now therefore I, Adrian Balga, Mayor Pro Tem of McLendon-Chisholm, recognize Courtney J. Miller for her exemplary leadership and service. Thank you so much. And also, she is going to go to the Texas A&M. She's going to be an Aggie, y'all. So council, come up. Shelley, do you have any citizen comments? Well, this is a first in a very long time that we have not had any citizen comments. So rules of decorum are obviously in effect for us. So let's go ahead and get through the consent agenda. I do ask council to remove, I'm requesting from someone from council to remove 6.5 regarding the approval of an ordinance. If someone will make a motion for that, that would be wonderful.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to remove items 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5.
You want to remove all of them out of consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It has passed, aye. Okay. Okay, so
Make a motion to accept.
would you like to make a motion to accept?
Make a motion to accept 6.3 on the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's go back to 6.1. It's a discussion action. Would you like to make a motion?
Because I wasn't present on the council at the time, so I can't approve, I can only abstain. And on a consent agenda, you have to, in order to abstain, it has to be on the main agenda. You can't consent.
Right, but you made a motion to remove them, like you didn't have to make a motion to remove them.
The intention was to move them to the main agenda, to remove from the consent agenda and to move them to the main agenda. Sorry.
I'll make a motion to accept 6.1 to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now on to 6.2. Do I have a motion for approval?
Make a motion for approval of 6.2 as well.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm required to abstain.
Shelley, did you catch that? Item 6.4. Do I have any motion for approval?
I'll make a motion for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
No, there's some discussion I want on this one.
All right, okay.
So, on this was in reference to the workshop that we spent almost 5 hours. It was a combined workshop between P&Z and City Council on a Saturday. And there was a lot of discussion, trying to find common ground regarding really just trying to get a sense of how to work more efficiently together. And after that 5-hour period, we tried to distill down certain action items. These are basically priority items that we wanted to work on and all agreed upon as being critical for the function of the city and the city council and the P&Z. And within the minutes themselves, they weren't recited, at least that I could see. And there was a list of about 8 or 9 of these action items, which I think, for transparency's sake and for reiteration as to what was important and what really came out of that meeting, again, not included in the minutes. And I would like to see us go back and put those action items back into the minutes, or put them into the minutes so they could be highlighted and for public viewing as well as our own.
May I make a suggestion?
You can make a suggestion.
I believe, Asa, did we capture audio for you to kind of go back and review notes? Am I correct?
That's right. That's right. I went back to the video. There was absolutely none. I had hoped that you guys had it. You didn't. We can probably conjure up those from Mr. Freeze, who's on P&Z. Okay. 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 So at some point in time, we'll have some new notes, and we'll have these action items in a listing, and we'll be able to revisit this item.
Well, just a mental moment here, because I'm sitting there thinking about the recorder that was sitting in front of Asa. So that thing is just not working. Okay, so staff probably should start, we need to have some sort of device that we can record. Maybe we can purchase or something.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so in the future, we'll make sure to get it recorded, this system here, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm just going to make a suggestion to go ahead and, if it's okay, so you're going to be working on with Mr. Freeze's notes to update on the next agenda of this particular item. Okay. So we'll go ahead and just give direction for staff to come back with an updated minutes, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
No, ma'am. Okay. And we are on
6.5.
6.5. Yes. Okay. Do I have a motion for 6.5 for approval of ordinance amending the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and Zoning Map by granting a change in zoning district from AG Agriculture to a PD Plan Development Zoning District Legacy Park Estates?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's have discussion, because we actually have updates, because there was some items that's included in this packet in regard to some language that was not correct. So Asa, are you prepared to give that report? This is for the Legacy Park Estates item. Thank you. I made a big deal about the amount of the lots, that there was no 60-foot lots. The developer also confirmed that as well, except in the original documents that was in the packet and the agenda, it said 60-foot lots, which we already stated that was not correct. It should have been 70s and 80s, and also naming the acreage. Has that information been updated today? Okay, so has council received the updated information so that you know this is not 60-foot lots included on this ordinance?
Yes, I have that document that I have. I received it right beforehand, and I'm concerned about the timeliness of this for public comment.
Well, I do agree with the fact that it's being updated to today. It was brought to the attention of staff today. So, in my personal opinion, I believe that we can probably put it on the next agenda for clarity of all the language being corrected. And of course, if y'all disagree, that's fine. I'm just suggesting that for transparency purposes and making sure everybody had time to actually read the document in its full entirety, with including the changes that we talked about, because it needs to have all of those items in there, right? And so it's up to y'all. Like, what do y'all feel? Do you feel comfortable pushing it to the next agenda item for it to have the correct language in there?
I'm perfectly fine. We prefer it. You know, I want clarity, I want definition, and I want all the inclusions that need to be there to be responsible to the citizen. I mean, this is at this point, this is something of a void document. And I had some other considerations too, that from a legal standpoint, I wanted a little bit more edification on the responsibilities and obligations that each of the parties, the one party being the developer and the city being the other, in regards to the playing fields. Should there rather be a document that is formulated between the two parties stipulating what those might be? I think it would be in our interest. Would that come under the ordinance? Because at this point in time, I don't have a lot of clarity as to the responsibilities on the part of the developer and obligations on our side, you know, in terms of receiving this property for a park purpose. I mean, I would rather it be really well documented and spelled out as to mutual obligations. I don't see that anywhere. We've never had anything like that. There's promises made, but, you know, if you're just going to rely on promises after the fact and they start building, there's no enforcement along those lines. So, Mr. Hall, I'm imploring you to help me out in discerning what direction we go on this. What do we do to protect the citizen and protect the city from any kind of indemnity, minimally? Okay.
Councilmember Tucker, members of the council, Mayor Pro Tem. The ordinance does deed a 33-acre park to the city, meaning it's the city's ownership. Therefore, once it's constructed, it's the city's. If you want to have a dance out there, you can have a dance out there. If you want to have whatever, so to state all the things that could or could not happen out of there, it's your park. It's yours as a city. It's ours as a city. Some of the things, some of the programs that they have on a concept plan, or, I mean, if it's on the concept plan, it is part of the ordinance, but I think, Councilmember Tucker, it's probably good policy to state that in writing, as well as just showing it on a concept plan of the things that they have committed to do in that park. So I think that is true done that way. But and we input some of the things that were mentioned earlier, but these are things that it's your park. It's not somebody else's athletic field. It's not somebody else's private thing, unless you want to decide that you're going to rent it out and give somebody that ability to do it from the outside. Otherwise, it's your city park.
What I'm really looking at is, prior to us accepting that parcel, what are they obligated to do prior to? You see what I'm saying? Construction purposes, protective services, safety features, lighting, parking, all these things, prior to us accepting this as part of the.
Correct, and I think, and I agree that that's something that we could pull. It's currently on the concept plan, which is an exhibit attached to the ordinance, so it becomes part of the ordinance. But I agree.
It's a diagram is really what it is, as far as I can see. I mean, I saw nothing in writing beyond that. It's a diagram, and that says nothing to me.
I am agreeing with you that we could pull things off, everything that they committed to off that concept plan and put it in writing.
Absolutely, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think there's prudence in that.
Thanks.
Just to make sure nothing can be constructed without going through the regular process of going through P&Z and all that. So everything has to be approved. The one thing that was being referenced in regards to the park, it doesn't have the other items on there. It could be a pavilion, whatever we decide later, but yeah. I just want to make sure. Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm trying to make sure that we put everything that we could put. It could be, I mean, we put in there event center, heritage center, pavilion, and all these different other types of structures just in case. Like, if that's what the people want, that's what's going to be done. So I just want to make sure that we put enough in there. Does that make sense? Okay. And then if there's other language for other types of structures that I didn't name that was already suggested before, that should be included as well. Okay.
So I'm trying to understand what's the significance of putting in the type of structures?
Because it needs to be consistent, because I don't want anybody thinking it's just going to be ball fields if it turns out that people want this thing to be something else.
Okay, you have to be, I would advise you be very careful, because if you're going to do that, the way I see it, if you say, hey, it's going to be used as A, B, C, or D, then I think you're limiting yourself to only A, B, C, or D. And I don't think you can use it for anything other than A, B, C, or D. So if 30 minutes after this thing is approved and accepted, you're like, oh my gosh, that's the craziest thing in the world. What idiot would just use it for A, B, C, or D? We got E over here.
So you follow up with a clause at the end that allows the council to make some kind of decision outside of the scope of that.
I think you don't put anything. I think you can use it whatever you want to use it. If you sit there and, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
In fact, 7 months, 3 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 17 seconds from now, you go, you know what? We're going to have a public hearing. We need to decide what to do with this 33 acres. We want to hear from the people. And that's what we want to do. So we're going to listen. And that's when you can sit here and go, oh, okay, you know what? At that point in time, we're going to decide what we're going to do with the park. But if you sit here and go A, B, C, or D, you can't do that. I would think it's more prudent, at least from a legal standpoint, to have more options versus fewer options. Yeah, I get what y'all are saying. You want to make sure that you're doing what the people want. My thing is, until you really have a bunch of people that come in and say, this is what we want, or you do a survey or a poll, or somebody goes to the door or whatever, then how are you really going to know what it is the people want? So I would just say, and again, you can do that if you want to. Well, but I'm just saying you may want to keep your options open.
Yeah, but how do you define a park? Because a person who has a family of 5 may define it as swing sets, whereas a park for another type of family that doesn't have children, they may just have walking trails or a pond.
Guess what? Everybody, I'm so glad y'all are here to hear this. The law actually helps in this situation. Ta-da! I mean, it doesn't always help. I will admit that, but this time it does. I tell you what you do is you look at 311.011 of the Co-Construction Act of the Government Code. And it said if the word is not defined in the ordinance, the statute, the regulation, etc., guess what you do? Basically, you go to Webster's or Merriam and you look and see what that word, you give its plain and ordinary meaning. So you go look up the dictionary definition of the word. That's what a park is. So I can answer that.
I think some of the things that you may want in writing, as Councilmember Tucker has alluded to, are things that the developer has already said. I will put in a basketball hoop or some basketball hoops, or I'll put in this and this and this. and he'll pay for that and deed it over to you. Once you accept it, as our city attorney said, you can do whatever you want. It's your park. I mean, do whatever you want. You can hold the public hearing. You can use it for however you want. But for the developer, what you're requiring the developer to do with that is what I was understanding was what you've approved in that concept plan and put those in writing. So that those happen and the developer pays for it. Once he turns it over, he's out of the game, and we've accepted it.
And I'm all in favor of nailing down the developer. I mean, we're going to say it because this has been a nice, friendly meeting, but you know Michael Howell's one rule of dealing with developers. So I have no problem if we list a developer. You're responsible for A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nail them down. But why do that? Why limit ourselves? Why pigeonhole us when we may have something down the line? Oh, you know what? This is a much better idea for the park. You know, maybe we want to build a statue. Maybe this becomes right here, right now, that city council of February 15th, 2024 was the greatest city council we've ever had. We're going to put statues in that park with them. If you limit yourself to A, B, C, and D, you can't do that. I think member McLendon will look fabulous in marble. So I would not want this council to limit themselves to just those 4 things. And down the line, they've got other options that come to mind in the future. So limit and nail down the developers. Amen. I preach that all day long, and I will always back you up. Don't limit ourselves. Leave ourselves open.
Okay, so I would ask council, would you like to amend your motion to give like direction to come back with the updated information?
I would like to amend the motion, but ask for approval of the motion with consideration being made to staff making amendments to enforce changes. Yeah, here. Like
What is it we're trying to accomplish?
Okay, so
who wants to think
there's a
maybe?
language that's missing. There is 60-foot lots. That's,
I mean, I get all that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, what are we trying to do? We're trying to set it down.
he
We
needs
want
to,
it back over there.
the staff needs to get it. This, ask the question and I'll respond. Ask the question.
So what is the parliamentary intent that we're trying to do to get this back to the staff?
The staff, the direction was he amended the motion so that we can send it back to the staff to correct, because right now it's not correct in the packet. We don't want to give the impression that this is approved the way that it's written. We want it to come back to council at the next meeting, preferably to have all the correct information the way that it's supposed to be written.
Boom, right there, no action. That's what you want. That's what they need to take back. There you go. Yep.
Okay.
You've just told them what you want. Now it's very well articulated. I think it's pretty simple. I think he'll be able to get it. Ace is writing it down like a madman, so he's got it. He'll let them know.
Okay.
Before we move on, can I bring in one additional comment before we, on this one last item before we table it?
Sure, go ahead.
The very final clause at the beginning of the first one says, providing for a penalty or fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense and providing for an effective date. The part responding to the penalty or fine, what triggers these types of fines? What triggers this type of enforcement? Who's going to be doing so?
Typically, normally it's the building official that does that, and zoning violations would be, so let's say there's, hey, you know what, you have to have your whatever you're going to build, a 25-foot setback from the roadway, and you don't follow that, you don't build that, and the building official has to be out there and they're investigating while you're building it. That would be a violation of the zoning ordinance. Anytime somebody is using their property, or another great example is home occupation. You're running a business out of your home. There's certain restrictions, typically, generally, normally, that are put upon a property owner who is running a business out of their home. A lot of times it's allowed under the zoning ordinance, but there's simply requirements. For example, you can only have immediate family members as a typical provision. You can't create much more traffic than is typically normally seen on the property. You can't have a bunch of cars parked like you would like a grocery store or something like that. Those are typical normal provisions. So if the building official sees things like that, they can issue a citation. those are in violation of the zoning ordinance, so that because of Texas state law, they can be fined up to $2,000 and are prosecuted through our municipal court.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to 7.1, discussion and approval of mutual aid agreement entered into by and between and among Rockwall County, Texas, and the following incorporated cities: Rockwall, Heath, Roy City, Fate, McLendon-Chisholm, and Rowlett. And we will have Chief Simmons do his report.
How about now? It's on. There. How about now? All right. So this is a document that has not been updated since 2011. And so what we've done with emergency management is just to bring this document back up to standard in regards to any type of large-scale disaster, where it's a tornado, weapons of mass destruction, and things like that. So this document was finally updated from 2011 to current standards and to meet the current FEMA regulations. Sir? Yes, sir, we are. So the chiefs were part of this process along with our emergency management partners, and we are in agreement with this document.
Conrad, do you have any issues with this particular document?
No, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Chief Simmons?
Just, were there any significant changes made in this document since 2011, Chief? Anything?
Very many.
A lot.
A lot. 2011 was a long time ago,
Yeah.
and there were very many changes. Just when I say changes, to bring it up to current FEMA requirements when it comes to requesting aid and processes and paperwork and things like that.
So this is agreed to by all the various chiefs in the area?
All 6 cities.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then EMS, county EMS?
They were part of, yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay, thanks.
Chief, is there a current agreement in effect right now?
There's the original document from 2011.
That's the one that's still certainly correct.
Correct.
So what are the major changes? Because I was not given that 2011 document to know what I'm abandoning in order to adopt this.
Again, it was just to bring up to current standards when it comes to FEMA regulations, requirements, when it comes to documentation, requesting for assistance or federal government, state assistance, and requirements for cities understanding that if we do have say a tornado comes through, that we understand the process on who we contact and the paperwork. That's the short and sweet of some of the big changes that were brought in. One example, quick and easy, would be housing. If we had state agencies come in, federal agencies come in, we as a city would make sure that we put forth an effort to work with our neighboring communities to provide housing for any type of responders that may be here working with us during this disaster.
Is there any potential fiscal impact to the city?
There always, if you have a natural disaster or anything like that, but this document's in play to help us to be able to protect us and provide us the funds that we would need in that scenario.
Would those be state or federal funds
It just
you're referring
depends
to?
on what we're dealing with.
So if there's a disaster of some sort, you'd be able to apply it, and this would reinforce the document for application?
Correct. This
Yeah.
document tells us this is the process that we have to go through.
These are the steps that you took to, provide
Yes, sir.
protection for all your citizens.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So the biggest issue I'm having, colleagues, is I don't have the compared to what. And that's what I want to see, is the compared to what. I want to know what we're abandoning to adopt this and vice versa, just so that I know that I'm making the right vote one way or the other.
Just so you understand, I understand what you're asking for, but all the parties involved, again, our emergency management division for the county, the fire chiefs for the county, law enforcement, and all the parties that really would be responsible in this scenario, since I'm the emergency management coordinator for the city, is a big part of why we were part of this program, to be able to rewrite this document and bring it up to current standards again, because since it was 2011. So there's a lot abandoned, but it was abandoned because it wasn't up to current standards.
Would it do any harm for us to get the original document, to look at it, to make sure that we scrutinize this, make sure that we're getting the best decision made for the city? I'm sure that I appreciate the other people's endorsement of this.
Guarantee
but
you're getting the best.
But would there be any harm by waiting 30 days to get that document so that I can make that appraisal?
We're one of the last cities to have this approved. It was recently approved by county commissioners. They've approved this document as well, and we're now one of the last cities to get this document approved.
Who else has approved it?
My understanding, all other cities except for, I think, Roy City, and it was just timing of council meetings. Yeah. And again, it's been a process that's taken 6 months to go through this document to get it up to speed. So, but council can do as they wish.
So
right.
let me help me understand something, Chief Simmons. So you're saying the experts of these entities, the experts who are well knowledge and experience in this type of aid got together, created a new document that's current to 2024 standards, approved it, and you being our resident expert approves it as well.
Correct.
Okay.
And Chief Simmons, just to make sure that I'm clear, that you are still currently meeting with all the fire chiefs in this area, is that correct?
We actually have our every other month meeting just to get together and have conversations. Correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the mutual aid agreement entered into between the Rockwall County, Texas, and the following incorporated cities: Rockwall, Heath, Royce City, Fate, McLendon-Chisholm, and all that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. One abstained and has passed. And then just for Chief, if you can provide Mr. Councilmember Day.
Absolutely,
the
yes,
item.
yes. I will definitely bring that document over for him to look at. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to 7.2, this is discussion action about placing the following ballot language on a special election to be held May 4, 2024. The repeal of sales and use tax within the city at the rate of 1/4% being used to reduce the property tax rate. The 1/4% sales tax shall be earmarked for public safety and or economic development and or streets, roads. And we will have staff. Mr. Conrad, can you speak on this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, this is just a little historical background for this. I tried to put some in your packet, but in 2012, the city of McLendon-Chisholm voted to invoke this 1/4% subsidization of property tax with sales tax dollars. I don't know if we even had one, that much at the time, because we weren't even up to 2%. Subsequently, the state of Texas, who has always taken 6.25%, has allowed cities, however they wanted to do it, incrementally or all at once, have up to 2%. So a maximum sales tax percentage of 8.25% based on the rules for sales tax. The city did that incrementally in 2012, 2017, and finally brought up to 2000 and to current. We also have the city of McLendon-Chisholm has utilized some of that sales tax with 380 agreements that you've had to utilize to rebate back some sales tax based on some development agreements and it's based on the negotiated numbers that you've done with that. This repeal of the sales and use tax was voted on by the city in an election, as far as we can tell. We have been to the comptroller of the state of Texas. We have been to the Rockwall County and our own records, and we cannot find where it was actually voted on, but we can see in the comptroller when it went into play. So, so it was put into play after 2012. There's language for a ballot that you got in your packets, but there was never any final, I mean, if you read the ordinance that was put in your packet, it had no mention of this, the ordinance that came after that 2012 election, which makes me think it may not have even made it on the election back then. But talking with our city attorney, the safe and best way is to put this back for an election for our current residents to vote on, whether they want to repeal the subsidization of property tax through 0.25% of sales tax, but not just use the money frivolously, but it's identifying certain areas where that money will be targeted or earmarked to, which is common amongst lots of cities, that they put 0.25% or 0.5% toward a variety of different things, for its roads or streets or economic development, or things that were listed here, public safety. You can choose one of those. You can choose all of those. You can choose two. I mean, whatever you want to do, it's up to you at this time if you want to put it on the ballot. And 7.3 is similar to 7.2. If you feel that it's a proper thing to do, to put that on the ballot and let our residents vote, because it subtracts that percentage off of our sales tax, because we put it to and split it up between all the residents in their property tax. And so their rates go down. They don't see $12.56 credit toward their property. It's just the rate that's charged by the CAD goes down. And so it's not a lot. Right now, if you ask, what on today's sales tax dollars, it's about just under $200,000 that's divided amongst all the residents of the city, all the households of the city, to reduce their property tax. As we get additional sales tax, and as that grows, then it'll get more subsidization. But what we're saying as staff, to better utilize in our own city government, it would be nice to earmark some to roads and streets so we can maintain the streets and fix those up. Public safety in the future, we've discussed that as a city before, or economic development means. You could do all three, you could do one, you could do however you want. But if you feel, and this isn't instituting it, it's just saying, yeah, we let the residents decide if they want to change it, and they could vote it down, they could vote for it. But it's your decision tonight is just to say, do you want it on the upcoming May 4th election?
Give some background. Back in 2017, we actually discovered that McLendon-Chisholm's sales tax rate was not 8.25, it was way lower. And then we ended up putting that on the ballot for people to vote on it, to be, to choose if they wanted to go up to 8.25, just like the other areas in Texas. The one thing I'm curious about, and if Hala, if you can kind of jump in here on that, is when any type of sales tax, anything that's anything to do with funding, bonds, and all that kind of stuff, usually has an election process where isn't there something that we can do to try to find documentation through Rockwall County elections to see if this was processed appropriately?
This is not, what Conrad hadn't told you, is this was about a 5-month process. We didn't even know about it till Ray, the financial advisor, he's the one that told us. So we went back looking and digging, and it took about 5 months, and we came up. And the best we could tell is that it was voted on back in 2012 by the voters to subsidize the property tax by using the sales tax. And so if it was voted on by the citizens, then it basically has to be unvoted, if you will, by the citizens and basically reversed.
So for informational purposes, can we get something on the website to just break down what this is, or is that going to cause a problem for elections?
That's a good question. And you can do something, and we can do that, but we have to be very, very careful. Information is fine. There's unequivocally, without a doubt, the law is very clear that you can put something that's informational. But you have to be very, very careful. A lot of it's very touchy in terms of like adjectives and adverbs and things like that you use. Anything that looks like it's advocating a for or against position, absolutely not. No, it's got to be cut and dried. This is what happened in 2012. This is the proposition that's on the ballot for May 4th, 2024. This is what it'll do if you say yes. This is what it'll do if you say no. This is the purpose of it, yada, 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 those types of things. Even things where the city says, oh, you know, if you approve, we're going to do this, and we're going to build that. Even that's been held to be, nope, that is too much. That is too much like advocating for the proposition. But yes, I just had to throw that caveat out there. But yes, for informational purposes, I can get with Conrad and we can put something on the website.
That would be wonderful. And my only other, just make sure that we're clear, is that the sales tax is still going to be 8.25. It's just the amount of the percentage is actually going to be earmarked for a specific item, whether it could be for public safety or economic purposes or roads, streets or roads. Does everyone understand that what the language we're talking about here? Yeah. Okay.
It leaves it a little bit open-ended in my mind. It's earmarked for public safety and or economic development and or street roads to be determined by city council. Would you include that kind of verbiage to kind of clarify?
Yes, I think that's a good idea to include that. And you want to be very clear, and I don't like the word earmarked, so I would not have that in the proposition. And so that may be part of the informational thing. Is this, yeah. I mean, you got to be very careful.
Gotcha.
But it would be, you know, as determined by for other city projects, as determined by city council, something like that.
Okay.
Would be in the proposition.
Okay, that sounds good.
Can I just real quickly, sorry.
Sure.
I 100% agree and endorse our city attorney and his education of all of us.
But
As well as that doesn't negate you as an individual council member for advocating however you individually want to vote toward this. He talked about the city, on city's website, on city's social media, on city's stuff. We have to do exactly what he said. We can't advocate one way or the other. We just the facts, man. But on individually as a council member, that doesn't include you. You can advocate however you want.
What we're doing is we're just putting this out to open up for the vote of the citizens. And if they vote in a positive, then it would be directed in such and such a way. That's all we're looking at. Okay.
So the staff report has a proposed motion so that we can get the language correctly in the proposition. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'm not positive how our city attorney. I'll show it to him, but
We kind of need that, Mr. Holland, to
Okay.
give us legalese. The pen is out. I see him marking.
I would simply leave it as repeal of sales and use tax within the city at the rate of 1/4 1% being used to reduce the property tax rate.
So the other part of the language of deciding where the council is recommending to be used, either for roads, economic development, or all of the above, you're saying that to leave that out?
Correct. I think I think that becomes very problematic. Very problematic. Not only back to you're limiting yourself because of something. Let's say something happens. You know, I mean, we know that back in 2020, 21, and 2022, Sonoma Verde had some water issues. They had water pressure issues. You know, we've had people that have done things like spend 6 hours in deposition talking about that. So what if one of those things happen, and what are you gonna use those money for? You're gonna be stuck. So this would be an opportunity to use the money for that. And so I think and then what are you gonna do if, I don't know, 12% of the citizens are for that, but then 52% of the citizens are against that? Well, we don't like those things. We got other things we gotta use it for. So I think it's almost I think again, you get into the campaigning and the advocating situation. So, hey, look, you can explain and you can talk to people. I don't advocate city council members going out and initiating contact with people. That's going to look too much like campaigning, like you're advocating for or against something. But if people come to you and say, hey, you know what are you going to use this for? So if I vote, if me, the citizen, Joe Blow, the citizen, comes up to you and says, hey, you know what, I want to know, what do you plan on, Councilmember Day, what do you plan on using this money for? If we say, hey, look, I'm going to repeal this, I'm going to vote to repeal it, and Hildebrandt said that it was $200,000, what are you going to use that money for? And then you want to tell them, hey, you know what, I think it's not a secret, we got big problems with our streets and roads. Who doesn't? Who in McLendon-Chisholm doesn't know that we've got streets and roads? Okay? Yeah, so you use it, say, that's what I want to use it for. Oh, okay. That would be an appropriate time. I do not think you put on the ballot that this is what we're going to use it for. Again, I think that's too problematic. I think that's too campaigning. I think you can have someone come along and say, hey, look, you're advocating for these 3 specific things. That's a problem. I think you're better off just saying, look, we're going to repeal it. You've talked about what you would use it for during this council meeting, and that's perfectly appropriate. Those are the types of things and the issues that we have in the city. Those are the things we want to use that money to address. Those are legitimate questions. They're not campaigning. They're issues that the council needs to talk about. It's not like you're never going to talk about this stuff. It's like, oh, okay, well, what are you going to use the money for? I don't want to be accused of campaigning, so I'm not going to say anything until after the vote. Okay, I'm a citizen. I need that information. So we're asking you about that. So again, I think talking about it like we're doing in the council meeting is 100% appropriate. It's different if each one of you 4, 5, 6, because we've got the mayor and Councilor McNeil here, if each of the 6 of y'all said, okay, we're going to break up the city into 6, and we're going to go tell them that they need to do this, and here's why. That's a completely different animal than what y'all are doing.
And remember, we're going to have a budget workshop in June. And so these are some things that we'll be able to address, like, okay, where's the sales tax be able to use for, like a road project that we need to get monies for, we can actually use that for at that time. We can have the town hall meetings to say, what are the biggest things that you want done, repair work wise, or do you want it to be used for something else? So I think you're on to something, Mr. Holla, but again,
you may even decide, hey, our staff is great, we need to give them a raise, let's use that money for that. You never know.
Anyway, yes, you're on to something. I think you're making a good point to not limit it, because again, this could be an issue later, but at the end of the day, we're going to keep it simple, I think, right? Okay, so council, what would you like to motion for this item? And I again reference the staff report where it gives a proposed motion if you would like to use that.
And just the staff report, the proposed motion is fine, just the first sentence of it.
I move that the following language be placed on a special election to be held on May 4th, 2024. The repeal of sales and use tax within the city at the rate of 1/4% being used to reduce the property tax rate.
Do I have a second? And this is going to be considered a roll call because it's dealing taxes. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Day? Mr. Tucker? He said a no. Okay, motion dies.
Is the conversation over on this now? I wanted to bring up one point about the earmarking, which I thought was very compelling.
Well,
It's
You
not,
can-
it's not related to the vote, because my vote would
Right,
change.
and
but-
you, and
but
you can
just
make
the-
another motion, if you would prefer to make another motion, I'll be open to entertain that, so.
No, it's just kind of a follow-on comment to what just happened, because I'm deeply thinking about what Mr. Hollow was bringing up in terms of this, and I have repulsion to earmarking myself as a policy issue. To me, it's a form of legislating from the grave, you know? And so I think that it's better that these types of things be left over. It is a tax increase, and I'm philosophically opposed tax increases. But I mean, this is the kind of thing that I think that we need to take into consideration when we write legislation like this and put it on the ballot, when we put in earmarks, just as a note in the future. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Well, it's not necessarily a tax, I understand where you're coming from. It's not necessarily a tax increase. We're unless the voters vote for it to rescind their own, tax relief. So in that sense, we are delegating to them what their preference is. Though I have some inherent problems with this, maybe differ a little bit from what you're basing yours on. I just want to back up on this and look at this a little bit more closely, maybe get a little bit more input and revisit this.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Tucker. It's just that I'm giving them the option for the voters to have a say when it comes to their money. There has been, obviously, we discussed, we can't find the document how it got there in the first place. That should be concerning for us all. And we're trying to do our best to make sure that we keep people informed, like we're trying to fix mistakes, or I don't even know what you call it. It's just basically at the end of the day, it's we need to make sure that we are giving the opportunity for the voters to vote on it. And if they don't want it, it's going to be a flat out no, so that was just the opportunity for them to do that. That's all I'm saying. Now, whether we earmark it for economic development or for roads, all that will be something that we'll have to be decided on later. Yes, that will be another vote for people to choose. You can go ahead and go. Okay, so we are on 7.4, discuss Infomark's update on CWD billing transition. Can I get an update from Conrad, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. As council has requested, staff has worked with CWD and Infomark in the transition of hopefully helping our residents get their utility bills all on one bill. So this transition, even though the best intentions and lots of effort and time and to not make any errors or mistakes, there were errors and mistakes made. I believe that as of this current bill that went out today, that we will dramatically reduce down to the 99th percent. I feel comfortable saying that we will solve a lot of the problems. There was a major problem that CWD had people prepay their trash for a 3-month period, and somehow Infomark started it in December for one of the months, so people were double billed for 1 month. All those that were double billed will be credited on this bill, so it'll correct it. There's a few other things that we've been working individually. I mean, we have a city ordinance that says that the city, all households in the city will participate in solid waste pickup. Well, the city council in past years granted leniency to a handful of people, unbeknownst to staff. And so when we told Infomark, it was, no, everybody in the city, I have an ordinance sitting here in my hand that the council says everybody in the city participates in the solid waste pickup. Then we found out that there were some that actually were reduced or given that leniency or given that ability to not participate, just a very, very small amount. I mean, it was like 5 or 6 or 7 or something like that. So they have been corrected. We will still be working with everyone And everyone that I've talked to, I ask them, please contact me if you get this next bill and there's still problems. But we're putting a letter out with the bill. That same letter is going to be on our website starting this week, identifying everything that's been going on so far. And I believe that we're real close to getting back into the game, because now we went from 3-month billing people before to 1 month at a time with Infomark after. So I think we made it. It was a little bit tougher transition than we had hoped. I think I worked with some very good professionals at CWD and Infomark trying to make it as smooth as possible. We hit a couple bumps, but I think we're back. We still, I said 99. There's still some things out there, I'm sure, but we'll handle.
So just for clarity purposes, the item on the January billing is going to be due in February, and so whenever the February billing that was sent out today, it's going to be February billing, and it's going to be due in March. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly what the dates specific are, but yeah, what's billed out today will be due at the end of this month or the first week of March or something.
Okay, just want to make sure. And then also, are we going to have the FAQ or some sort of questions that staff has probably collected in the last few weeks to be on the website soon?
We are, yes, ma'am. We are working on. We have asked CWD to submit their information as well as Infomark. Are learning things. All of us are getting better and hearing a lot of questions, and to answer all those questions in one specific FAQ place on the website is what I haven't got it from either CWD or Infomark yet, but we've asked for it. So we'll seek that and get that on as soon as possible.
And one more thing, just to make sure. So obviously Infomark does sewer billing and operations. It is across the board about water and sewer does pay a regulatory assessment fee. That's, depending on which choice they have taken with TCEQ, they either pay quarterly or yearly. And so Infomark does collect that, and so it's included in the flat rate. So if you get questions about that, or you see that item on the FAQ page, it should explain what that is. Do you have any other comments, Council?
Thank you for that report, Conrad. The folks that were affected and received credits, was there also an option for them to receive a refund, or if they needed any type of financial relief?
I believe everybody got a credit. I don't think there were checks written.
Is there anything within our contract with Infomark that would allow us to compel them to refund under extreme circumstances if somebody needs the money back?
I mean, they credit it toward the next month that's due, that's coming out right now. But I'm sure that if there's some extreme circumstance, if council wants to do that, we could, as staff, try to work with them and get that. I mean, I'm not going to say no. It's up to you guys to decide if you want staff to go that direction, we could go that direction. But the thought process was just credit their next bill so they would know that this coming month. So it's almost like it's not cutting them a check, but you don't have to pay us this month.
So you said we'd have to revisit the contract with them then?
I don't think there's anything in the direct contract about us
providing a direct refund.
Refund. If council wanted to do that and direct staff to do that, I don't know, and identify the circumstances to do that instead of crediting them, we could follow through on that as staff ways.
I really like the idea of giving people, especially if they're having some type of financial emergency, the ability to get a refund if need be, to give them the option. I mean, many of us will just take a credit and just say, okay, we're good. But some people will need the money immediately.
Let's go ahead and add that to also the FAQ, that if there's a situation where there happens to be a clerical error for billing, that they can have contact the city administrator, and then follow the process and contacting our regional service rep.
Do you,
How much is the bill? Do we know, average?
the trash?
Yeah.
Per month for a solid, for a can, a recycled can, a solid waste can is $30.45, plus sales tax. And then the sewer is only in Sonoma Verde, and it's $71.44 is what I believe.
So you're talking about $100 and $110?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other information that you would like to share with staff? Yep. Staff, are we good?
What I understand you saying is having the option of potentially getting cash or getting the check back. As staff, we can develop criteria unless council wants to give us criteria. Yeah, I want to be fair to everybody. So that's sort of the credit thing. Everybody gets credit. But if we're going to give them credit, there has to be some type of criteria that they meet. And I would much rather the council, but staff can do it and present it to you, and you can decide if that's something you want to do.
I'm particularly against the check writing. There's a process that's in place. As long as they adhere to the process of being credited, I think it creates confusion, and it makes more work for not only us, but for CWD. So that's where I stand with that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I hear none. We're going to move on to discussion and action for application changes by the city staff, the planning department, to add language on applications stating that developers must be able to provide potable water and sufficient to meet our fire code standard for fighting fires. And we will have Asa come up and speak on the staff report. That was 7.6. My apologies. 7.5, we are going back up. I apologize. 7.5, zoning ordinance update on timely reports and recommendations to better address the needs of the city. We have a staff report from ASA, please.
Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay. So this item stems from the joint session on January 27th. And so the update from staff is that we are working with PNC to kind of go over this. So the two things that we're going to be working on as far as the ordinances update, so we're going to be looking at the zoning ordinances and the subdivision regulations. So those will be the two things that we'll be looking at. And this, so I guess that's it for 7.5. So the topics that we covered at the workshop were commercial development, residential development, density, city branding, the look and feel of our city, application procedures regarding zoning and planning, roles and responsibilities of the city council and the planning and zoning commission. So we had discussion regarding these roles, responsibilities, and the authority of the commission, as well as the purpose of the commission. And then the following action items were identified as responsibilities of the planning and zoning commission. So it would be to update the zoning ordinances, and then the look and feel of vendors. So for 7.5, it does tie into 7.7 as we're talking about timely reports and recommendations. So when we're reviewing ordinances for zoning and then subdivision regulations, the thought is every quarter that we, or I as the staff, city planner, would present recommendations for changes to zoning ordinances to subdivision regulations that we've already discussed, kind of approved and recommended for you all to hear from P&Z. And then annually, we will produce a report to review the zoning improvements to see we've made these changes in subdivision regulations. Has it made it easier for us as city staff? Has it made it easier to build those business development relationships, and kind of an annual report to kind of see these are the changes that we made. These were the desired effects. Have we had the desired and intended effects with the changes? And so that's where we are now. We have our P&Z meeting next Tuesday, and that's when we're going to open that conversation and start to review the ordinances and the subdivision regulations. It is my intention to start with the zoning. However, I guess that will kind of be up to the planning and zoning chairman and the commission on whether they want to start versus zoning or subdivision. intention to start with zoning. So that is my report for 7.5 and kind of 7.7.
Well, that's wonderful. I like to hearing that. And I like the fact that you're saying that it will be quarterly, because I know that I've been a part of where we talked about trying to do review of ordinances, and we just kind of it fell off the wagon, if you will. And I appreciate you taking the initiative and doing that and getting with planning and zoning. It seemed that they were very excited at the workshop, wanting to get involved. I mean, did you feel that way as well? Is there any other, I mean, I like where you're heading on this. Is there any other direction that you believe that we should give to ASA? And then, Mr. Tucker,
No, I only think that, you know, obviously you're working in conjunction with the commission itself and then with Chairman Kippett. And there's a lot of good input that, you know, that I saw coming out of the meeting that we had a couple Saturdays ago. And I'm applauding you in terms of your efforts and want to see something come out of this. Yeah, and on a quarterly basis, it'll be exceptional to see these changes, because if you're operating on that kind of schedule, you've got a timeline to produce something. So yes, I think it's again, I applaud it.
I mean, I second what he's saying. I'm deeply interested in seeing if this is going to bear some positive fruit for the city. So I'm deeply interested in seeing what you're going to produce.
Excited to present. When we get going, our first quarterly report, I'm going to be excited to present.
Well, that's good news. We might even put it on the agenda as ACE's block or something, you know. The ASA block. Okay. Councilmember McLendon, any thoughts or direction or any input? None? Okay. Great job. Thank you. We are going now to 7.6, discussion and action for application changes by the city staff for the planning department to add language on applications stating that the developers must be able to provide they will be have potable water and sufficient to meet our fire code standards for fighting fires. Now we have a report again from Mr. Asa.
So this stems from kind of like the ongoing water issues with McLendon-Chisholm, and I know we've had some issues with development and water supply companies offering water that may not be available. And so instead of kind of requiring it at the back end, we're requiring it. And so we're going to require, so it's on the preliminary plat application, there are 14 items on the checklist, so it would be item number 15. And it would read, an approved water service plan from a municipal water supply, rural water supply corporation, municipal utility district, individually owned wells, or privately owned water system shall be furnished to the city at the time of the application. So if they do not have a water service plan attached to their preliminary plat application, the application will be considered administratively incomplete and will not go to planning and zoning until we have a water service plan with the preliminary plat application. Just kind of head off some of those issues as we kind of work with the water supply we have and kind of transition into becoming a refill provider ourselves. And so that is where we are right now. That'll be item number 15 on the preliminary plat check. So if the water service plan is not there, the application is not complete.
So it won't go to planning and zoning?
Correct. It will not be complete, and it won't even be on the plea if the water service plan is not complete.
Okay. So let's talk about the other application. Now, this is excluding any other preliminary plats that have already gone through final stage. We're not going back. Okay, that's done. The building permits that are still outstanding, is there an application that they would have to fill out, and then are you making changes to that application, and is it just a checkbox? I mean, what are you changing the language there too?
Yeah, so we're changing the language on all the applications so that they will mirror each other. So it'll be the same language in all applications.
Okay, and so you know, give me an example if a builder were to come and to finish up on the paperwork, what happens if he reviews it and sees that he's not meeting what it's asking for on the document? What happens then? Who does he talk to? Let's start from there. Like, who does he talk to? Is it going to be Judy, our front desk person, or is he going to talk to you or the city administrator?
About the application being incomplete due to the lack of the water service plan?
Yes.
So they would talk to me.
And then how would you explain that to them? Because they're going to be upset because they have to get some building done, right? So what would you say at that point to them? What they need to do?
So is this an application that is a new application, or is this an application that is currently working through the system?
It's working through the system. The plats, the overdevelopment's already happening.
Okay,
We're talking about individual homes that they're getting built up, construction, the whole nine. So those individual builders will be coming up here.
Okay, so if this is a builder or developer that's already going through the process, then I would just kind of look to see when they started the application and that application date. So if that language is not on that application, then that doesn't apply to that specific developer, because this was updated and these rules were put in place after they came and after they paid their fees and after they started development. So it would not apply to them. Whatever checklist that they were bound to when they paid their money, turned it in, and signed off on, that would be the checklist that they're held to, since the water service plan was not implemented on that particular application.
All right. Any questions from council?
Yeah, thank you for that testimony. I'm looking for the document that you just referenced where you quoted it. I don't have it in my packet. So it's not available to me in what I received from the city. Can that be made available for us to review? Yeah. And also be posted on the web?
He can't post it on the website.
No.
Because it's an application that has to be updated.
I mean the language itself.
Okay.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. The language that you're referring to, I would like to be able to see that, because I see what you're trying to do here, and I want to see how it fits, because I'm with you. I'm with you, but I want to make sure I'm with you.
Yeah, I'd also like to see the verbiage behind this as well. And I'm certainly for approval on this. I mean, I have no reluctance to approve this, but I certainly would like to see what the criteria are for the application. And
great question.
yeah,
Can you?
Because I want to, if it needs to be edified in any fashion, I want a discussion around that criteria. So maybe we make it a little bit more stringent. I don't know where to go on it. I don't have any kind of
well, let's start
summary
with
of that.
where the document is found on the website.
Okay.
And it does currently have 14 items, and I believe, and I'll look it up right now.
I'm just looking at the water
Yes.
criteria.
Could it be put up there?
You can't use the. Okay. I'm trying to find.
That would help
Yes.
immensely. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going over underneath the website, the tab for government. Hang on. Well, he wants to see the item.
I understand that, but the action can be, we don't have to approve or deny anything tonight. The action can be for ASA to provide the language and what they're asking for the next meeting.
Exactly.
Precisely. That's exactly what we're asking for.
I think we need to examine it and discuss it and make sure this is just as it's written.
I don't agree with that, but
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying that
but
I'd like to see it.
I understand that, like, but I'm telling you where I stand, right? I don't necessarily agree that we have to deliberate over adding that whoever comes to us and want to do a preliminary plat has to have a water plan. Like that's all that.
I just want to see what the criteria is for that application, and the reason being is in the past it was a will serve letter. That's a minimal standard. I want to see what our current new standards are, if there are new standards.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. So basically, if you go to doing business on the website, it goes underneath developer, hit the word land use applications, and I am scrolling down to preliminary plat checklist, right? Okay. And I apologize, I'm just kind of reading. So here is the document, and I'm scrolling through. There's about, there is literally 14 items. That it's like, it's literally a checklist. It talks about, hang on, 10 legible prints and 1 electronic PDF furnished to the city. You know what? We should probably mention about the actual 300 DPI or something like that, because lately the files have been really small. 2, letter of transitional furnished with preliminary plat application stating the type of street surfacing, drainage, soil tester report results, sanitary facilities, proposed water supply, name and address of property owner, agent, and engineer. Number 3, drawn to scale 1 foot to 200 foot. 4, scale, date, and north point shown. Number 5, legal description. Number 6, existing features inside subdivision, it gives boundary lines, things of that nature. Pipelines, water courses, existing water sewer mains. Number 7, existing features outside subdivision. It gives all the pipeline, water courses, existing water and sewer mains, adjoining property lines and property owners. Number 8, new features inside subdivision, proposed name of subdivision, location, right of way, names of proposed streets. I mean, it's a whole list of street-related information. Compliance for zoning regulations, proposed zoning is number 9. Number 10, proposed streets and alleys conform to comprehensive traffic and thoroughfare plan. There you go, right there. Yeah, that's it.
That's what we want. That's what we need.
Yeah.
And number 15,
Oh, yeah. No,
provide potable water sufficient to meet our fire codes,
Is it 14 or 15?
fire code standards for fighting fires.
Let's go ahead and scroll down to that.
this is, it only has 14.
On this one?
This is on the website.
Would be numbered. I see.
And so can you just read back one more time for us the number 15 item that you want to add? And then again, just to make sure it's clear, this is the preliminary plat checklist. This is for new development. So anybody that already has current past plats that have been finalized, we're not going back. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, they're grandfathered in.
I think there's some legal issues with that. I mean, so this is one item.
This clarifies that. Now,
Okay, but the other document that's on building permits, right? Okay, so if we go back to the website again. Yes, ma'am. I kind of like having like this visual aid here. Nice job. Look at that pretty website. Okay, so if you go down to doing business and you go under builders and building permits, that's right. It's a residential building permit and checklist. Okay, so this document, you're suggesting that we will add language to this document, is that correct? Okay, this is a 5-page document. Is there a specific area on this document that you plan on adding language to? Is it page 1, page 2?
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, currently, we don't issue building permits if they don't have water. So we can have a check, but we don't give them water right now. I mean, we don't give them a permit right now if they don't have water, so. Also, as we, as staff-wise, it may be prudent also to have take a little bit more time if we're going to bring it back to get some feedback from the development world on how that will affect them, and include that in the overall discussion. That, I mean, Councilmember Tucker suggested potentially getting even more strict than what we do currently. How's that going to affect the development world and cost and the time and all those other things? So you have an overview of all the information when you make a decision like this.
No, I think that's fine, especially considering the fact that we have so many problems with water in this region. And I think we need to be sensitive to the issue, and I think we display to the citizen that we're doing our best to make sure that with new development, especially the concern behind new developments coming up, and with 6,000 homes going into HDR Horton, people are very concerned about water accessibility. And so I want it clarified with significant language, telling the citizen, that we've done due diligently, minimally, in providing, and the developer providing water for their new citizens. So I don't see anything wrong with that.
I think also that's and in my mind, that's a huge reason why the city should be in the water business. We don't have to go through all this stuff. I mean, if somebody came to the city and wants to develop commercially, residentially, however, in my mind, the city should decide that ability instead of some obscure, some other source. I didn't mean to say obscure. Some other source where we don't even have a handhold on it.
On that, I agree.
I don't care what you think.
I don't care what you think.
All right. So if anybody would like to make a motion, or if you would prefer to go ahead and give staff direction to return back with just a sample, a prepared sample, and also if you would like to get developer input to provide us at the next council meeting, that would be sufficient. So I will let council make a motion, or they would like to give direction.
I would like to move that we redirect it back to staff so that they can produce examples of how this will be utilized in the process and the opportunity for community feedback.
I'll have a second. Oh, I'm sorry, it was direction. I apologize. That's good. Let's go with direction to staff to come back, as noted, as Councilmember Day mentioned. And so it will be on the next council agenda. Is that cool? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for taking the initiative of doing the language. I appreciate you and the work that you're doing. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to really rethink about reader's glasses again. Okay. 7.8, discussion and action for the city council to seek out vendors through RFPs to draft a strategic plan using the action items within the comprehensive plan as the basis. I think we briefly, if you remember, we briefly talked about this at the workshop where there is action items, and then we were talking about the strategic planning, and we were kind of talking about taking the next steps. And so when we were talking about the RFP, it's not necessarily going to be a big, huge, what we did with the comprehensive plan. It's more of like an additional build on to the comprehensive plan. And if y'all are interested in just starting fresh, or we could possibly consider the current entity that we're working with, which is Burdette, regarding the Heritage District, that this is a service that they do provide. If there's any interest to see what it would cost for them, if it is above $50,000, I would recommend for us to definitely go through an RFP process. But I'm just trying to get some information, like what would it cost to review a possibility of doing a strategic plan. Do you have any ideas, input? What would you like to do? Would you entertain this? Is it something that we want to take as the next step to improve our communication of what we would like to do to cover making sure that we're addressing like commercial, different types of things that we would like to have inside the city limits, and making sure that we're getting public input in a strategic manner, so that we are staying clear, that we are making sure that we are having a vision framework in defining it. I think that we had a good start with the Heritage District. I think that we just need to do a little bit more than just doing this section. I think we need to start thinking about the entire city as well. But I wanted to get your input. Like, should we go ahead and start doing an RFP to just go ahead and find some other entity, or would you like to consider doing possible asking this particular company, Burdett, how much it would cost to do this as an additional service, and just to kind of bring back some numbers at that point?
You know, I'm thinking here, and I think a start point might be having Burdett come back and just do a proposal, not necessarily a financial proposal, but just an open presentation. They could define what a strategic plan is for us, since they do these, and then what it takes to create a strategic plan, and then how to implement that strategic plan. So obviously they have history in this arena, and they could give us a sense of what we're trying to define for ourselves, and better clarify it. Because even I struggle with strategic plans in terms of comprehending what the purpose is, you know, what the endpoints are, what the goals are. So maybe they could come in, and if we're likened to their proposal, we may just keep that in-house in a sense, because we're already working with them, or make a decision to put an RFQ out. It would be RFQ in this case, looking for other vendors to come in and provide the same service.
Just making sure that everybody's, I'm assuming everybody read the comprehensive plan, but it's mainly about residential. It doesn't really address the other aspects of the city. How do we get there? What are the phases of all that? And so I just want to make sure that we're moving forward and doing everything that we can administratively. So anyway, I'm kind of sensing I would like to hear some guidance from the council on what your input would like to contribute to the subject.
I mean, there's a lot of thoughts going through my mind on this, of course. I mean, everybody, when you hear about a strategic plan for a city, you know, you want to reach out to the resources. We don't have an economic development committee. We don't have a strategic planning committee. Well, the council's it. I think those types of things need to be in place. I don't have an objection to reaching out to vendors and doing request for qualifications. I think that's actually a decent idea to find out what the tools are available, but I think we need to lay out the tools before we start doing this, because the city has to self-reflect. We have to ask ourselves who we are, what we're doing, what's going on, and what we want that to look like in 15 years. And on the one hand, a vendor is going to grab their vanilla vendor envelope, pull it off, and say, you're going to become a vanilla city. And, you know, you can tell I like flavor. And I don't always like vanilla, you know. And so I think that the folks that live in this town, this is a big question. I don't have a problem with grabbing tools. This is just simply saying, let's get some tools. I like it. But this is the beginning of a very big project that the folks in the city need to pursue over the next, certainly vigorously over the next 3 years, if not the next 10.
For something like this, there's so much to consider. I mean, this is going to be like a 2-year process, because we have so much to cover: roads, utilities, where we want to go between here and the next 50 years. We need to have timelines of things that we need to hit, capital improvement. What are some things that the citizens want to see, not necessarily just residential, but where they will be able to enjoy leisure if they do want leisure? We have issues regarding a trail system that was dated back since 2015 with the county. They had this idea where all the cities kind of interconnect. McLendon-Chisholm is very special, rural area. They have their own parks, they have large land to be able to enjoy they're part of their land. So I don't believe that they had really that much input from this area to say, hey, you know what, I want all of the trail system to connect to Heath, to the county and all that. And I think that this is the time to really get input from the public saying if they want a part of that or not. And I think we need to hear from them because right now, I'm actually part of the Rockwall County strategic planning, and there's just some things that we're going to be addressing is like, from my understanding, just in from my own neighborhood alone, there's certain things that they want in Sonoma Verde, not necessarily wanting to connect to the ETJs is definitely a big thing that they don't want to do in certain ways. So I think the planning of this would be helpful to guide us in the direction for our city to address the problems that we haven't talked about. Because yes, in the conference plan, it talks about residential, but we never really addressed the commercial aspect. And in addition to breaking down all the leisure type of stuff. And I say that loosely because it could be activities. It could, who would have thought that we would have been the city that has the largest pickleball tournament action happening. It's on, TV and everything and noted in major sport magazines. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that we are doing our best to plan out our future, but getting the public input. Right, having a facilitator to help us, because it's a lot of work to do surveys, and we need people that do this on a day in, day out basis and to keep us on task. So anyways, I just wanted to see what y'all's thoughts were about that. If you would like to consider just kind of, if we want to do an RFP straight out the gate, or maybe we have Burdette to just to kind of give back feedback of a proposal, what they would offer for them to do it as a service fee, an additional service fee for what they're already doing for us. So there we go. Any other input, Floyd?
The other concern I have is just talking to folks and hearing from folks in town about the comprehensive plan, how I don't know if it's a consensus, but I hear it a lot, that they feel the comprehensive plan has defects that are causing problems. And so it's also possible that we need to mop up what the folks think is a defect before we use that as the basis on which to erect this next step, I think.
Well, that's a good point. Normally, it's pretty standard that, comprehensive plans are always revisited between 3 to 5 years. And am I correct? The last thing it was in 2021 was the last time we actually had facilitation happen for the comprehensive plan. So, we're in that time frame. So I don't think that should be off the table to add that is in the proposal of what we would like to see. What are your thoughts on that?
3 to 5 years that there's a call for a revamp of or revisiting of the comprehensive plan for most cities, and certainly there's a lot of discussion about some of the limitations of our own comp plan and some of the maybe deficiencies on some people's minds that exist. I'm fine that as part of the strategic plan that they're advocating here, that may be something they may want to look at and make suggestions about us going back and possibly, looking at our own comp plan again.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I will. I'm requesting from council to either make a motion for Burdette, or you can make a motion to do an RFP. I will entertain that motion.
Would you object, just from your own opinion, if we were to do a request for RFQs?
It's for qualifications
rather than a full
RFQ. Proposal would be for submitting a proposal and applying a cost analysis to that. This is just a presentation, more or less, I think is what you're looking at. Or looking at qualifications submitted by entities, parties, companies, organizations that would qualify for being able to present a strategic plan analysis.
Did I say RFP?
You said RFP, and that's how it's
My
written.
my apologies.
It's written RFP.
I meant
it's
to
not
say
RFQ.
RFQ,
Yeah.
RFQ or, because we don't know the cost.
Yeah, we don't know the cost,
Yeah,
so
so-
that's secondary to, just looking for people who are qualified to do the work, is really what we're looking for at this point.
How do we feel about Burdette?
What was that?
How do we feel about Burdette?
I'm positive. I think, I like the sense that, that company's doing a certain business with us now, that we have good relationship. We've reviewed them. We have at least a minimum amount of history with them. They're capable of doing this. And again, just a simple presentation to give us a sense as to what we're looking for. And then if we want to go beyond that and go into an RFQ with other vendors, so be it, and I'm fine with that as well. But certainly these people, with their initial presentations, I was impressed with, if you recall, their presentations, and they certainly are definitely qualified to be able to do this and carry it out. But comparative costs between other, with them versus other vendors, I'm always open to competition, so yeah. But they may be a good start point for us. Let's see,
We're gonna make a motion for Burdette to provide a draft. Well, it'll be more of not a draft, but a meeting or conversation, or what are we asking Burdette to do?
I would say just provide a presentation regarding implementation of the strategic plan, what that would encompass. Something along that line. Define, yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, so I make a motion to have Burdette present a prospective strategic plan using the action items within the comprehensive plan as a basis.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Oh, you said it. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It has passed. And Conrad, do you think that you can reach out to them this week? Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and go into executive session. We're going to go to 8.1, adjourn into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.074A1, personal matters to deliberate the appointment of employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, of dismissal of a public officer or employee, city administrator, city secretary, and also 8.2, adjourn into executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, discuss the status of the city's current PUC application as it relates to RC agent system and any other PUC application related issue. We are adjourning at 8:13. It is 10/20/22. We are back in resuming session. No action was taken from 8.1 or 8.2. So we're going back to the agenda for 7.11. Discuss and approve requirement that updates on all issues related to water and RCH acquisition be provided to council at all regular scheduled meetings. Public or executive session discussion shall meet this mandatory requirement. And I will let Councilmember Tucker share something on that. So we'll get started on that one.
Yeah, just briefly, I guess it was back in October last year that we looked at this issue of having a conversation about water in general, and at that point we were looking about appointing an additional member to from the city council to the existing water committee. And after we discussed it and ruminated about alternatives or options, we came to the conclusion as a council that we would basically have a separate meeting prior to the meeting at 6:30. So we would have a 6 o'clock meeting that was dedicated totally to specifically to water discussions, whether that was an open meeting or executive session. And so we've kind of gone off track on having that meeting for a lot of different reasons. But that being said, I just want to, I would like to have on each agenda into the future an agenda item that speaks specific to addressing water and anything pertinent to water be listed. So that's really the import here. So I'll make a motion, I suppose.
Well, I would like to ask for a friendly motion, if you would.
A friendly motion?
A friendly motion.
Okay, I can do that.
So sometimes it's not necessarily about RCH. It actually could be about the puck. And so, I've submitted one where it says water update of the city's current public utility commission application. So I would like to suggest, and we would like the attorney to make a suggestion as well, the wording. I like the idea of having it consistently on the agenda.
And that's whether it has to do with anything that has to do with water that pertains to the water issue that the city is currently experiencing, whatever that entails is what I'm looking for. So it should be a broadly based kind of option or agenda.
Yeah, it's and I'm
I'm looking for consistency of the item being on the agenda each and every time, even though it may be repetitive. Having that.
The agenda item that we normally have on there, if you want to put that on there every meeting, I think we could do that, and it would cover what y'all have talked about, the subject matter.
Yeah, because right now we have a public utility commission application, and that's primarily what we're working on right now. We're not in the middle of negotiations with RCH. Everything is just right now we are with the PUC application, and there is updates when they come. Usually the update from them is within a 30-day window kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So if there is a council meeting, then we'll update whatever that information is at the time. And then sometimes we're having to wait for the attorney to do whatever it is that they need. And sometimes the council meeting doesn't. It's kind of like in the between time, so we don't have anything to report yet. But I do want to suggest also is that the type of language, I don't know, I'm just saying that are you okay with saying water update, simplifying it, yes. Or does it have to be the words RCH in it?
Oh, no, it doesn't have to be a water update. Make it as simplistic as possible and make it broad. So in that sense, that's what I would like to see. And even if we didn't have anything that was pertinent to opening a new discussion, we could just say item number 7.9, there's nothing relevant to speak about, let's go on and speak about another agenda item.
Okay, wonderful. So can we make that friendly amendment to where it's like something as simple as water update consistently on agenda, something like that?
Yeah, I don't know how to phrase this. It would be, make a motion to provide for each agenda at each meeting an update on the water issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the next item is the 7.12 water update of the city's current Public Utility Commission PUC application. So we are in the middle of items that have been submitted to the Public Utility Commission. We started with the filing back on September 29th. The goal is to be sufficient. It's either going to be sufficient or deficient. Deficiency does not mean that it has been rejected or that we lost or anything like that. Whenever they say the word deficient, it just means that they have questions regarding the application, and then you are supposed to respond back to the administration of the Public Utility Commission. And so we are answering those questions, and so it's a bit of a timely process at times, because this is a very unique type of application that was originally submitted. We have multiple deficiencies because maps were never really updated for a long period of time, and so that's been a ongoing issue that started back in November. And to my knowledge, our city attorney for water, our water city attorney, has been told by PUC's map department that they are willing to work with us, and so they're in that process right now. They've all have mentioned how they wanted to do extensions because they haven't actually sat down and actually reviewed what exactly is the deficiencies, and so it did lead to a discussion to amend the application, to simplify it, to help them out, I guess, to address a lot of the issues of the fact that one area it has been decertified, which happens to be Sonoma Verde. In addition to that, there's also a crossover of CCNs, and so there needs to be an additional filing to just address that. And so our water attorney is working on that process, in addition to awaiting to work with the Public Utility Commission's map department to address the map issues. So that's coming soon. The stuff that they have turned in recently, that includes what was the word that we used in kind of not here? It was the word about proficiency is a good word, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. They gave a performa and also kind of like a capital improvements plan, and it kind of it's based on not a specific year, but over a time frame, and it includes kind of a generality of all the cost factors of what to expect, based on 2024 price points, and a general idea where our long-term plan will go, and also there's a mention of a short-term plan as well in there. This is done through our engineers. Our engineers, TNP, have been working on these types of projects. And our city administrator, they have all turned this information over to our water attorney. Our water attorney is the only, she's a representative who's only communicating directly to the Public Utility Commission. So there's nobody else that's submitting stuff directly to them, and that's the way that the process is. So so we're still not sufficient, and so we are still awaiting to turn in more items. to the Public Utility Commission, and we're going to wait for a response back from them. And then we will get more feedback from our attorney if there's any responses from the ALJ. So that's kind of where we're at. And I guess we'll go ahead and start working on the other items on the agenda, which is basically any announcements. Staff, do you have anything that you need to share with us? Okay, since you were not speaking into the microphone, I'm going to repeat that item, please. So we have Easter Extravaganza that's going to be held right here on the amazing city property, and it's going to be on Saturday, March 30th, 2024 at 1 o'clock. We have two amazing ladies, Charisse and Amy, are new event coordinators, and they are doing an amazing job. Signage is on the way. There's going to be vendors. There's going to be a lady that's going to sell honey just from her bee farm, food trucks, and there's going to be a galore of eggs that we're going to need help stuffing. I'm going to volunteer everybody at this dais. In addition to that, there's going to be some other types of bounce houses and a variety of things for the kids to experience. And also the Chisholm Baptist Church is going to have I guess a pop-up tent or something. So they're going to have little activities and a raffle. So it's coming along very nicely. So I'm really excited for these ladies. They're just hitting the ground running. Yeah, anybody, Councilmember Floyd, do you have anything to report? No? Okay. Councilmember Day?
No, I don't really have anything to report other than this is my second meeting. This is what I'll report, just what it's like to be behind this dais, as opposed to being out there rooting for my favorite policies or my, or whatever it is. The amount of work that goes into this is incredible. The amount of research that goes into every little decision, every little word that's on here means so much, because the gravity of it hits me as I'm looking through these things, and you guys are putting together these documents. And I know you guys have been experiencing that for years, but it's something that really hits you when you come to the other side and you're looking at a word. And you want to make sure that that word is the right word, and every word needs to be right, because you're terrified that if you mess it up, somebody's going to get hurt, or somebody's going to get harmed, or somebody's going to lose something that they shouldn't have lost, and I'm one of those kinds of persons that is always just kind of filled with self-loathing all the time, and I'm always just kind of beating myself up to try to make sure that I'm making the best decision that I can all the time. And I've been through it now for two episodes of this. 2 episodes, because people are watching this are going to watch this on YouTube, so these are episodes. So I have a YouTube channel too, and I call them episodes. But through 2 iterations of this, the profound level of respect that I have for all of my colleagues, everybody here, whether they agree or disagree, I know that they're putting their best foot forward every chance they get. They really want to see what's best for the city. And that goes for everybody that I've met here at the city council. So I just wanted to say, thank you for being my colleagues, and I look forward to serving out the rest of the term all the way, and just thanks. That's it. That's what I wanted to add. My appreciation to all of you. And, it's so late, there's only one person here, but of course. Anyway, that's it.
Councilmember Tucker. Okay. So I had a couple of meetings. Last night was the Rockwall County Strategic Planning meeting. That we had a kickoff, so there's going to be an item on the website that we're going to start promoting about getting people to do public input, which I'm advocating for. Just please definitely share your input. The week before, I attended the Rockwall ISD Facilities Bond Committee, and it appears that Sonoma Verde might just be in the running for the next location for an elementary school. The highlight of that meeting was getting to know like the types of things that could be presented in a future bond, which if it does get approved, the board would have to approve it to go on a bond election that will happen in November. So that's kind of exciting. And on a positive note, I have to celebrate two of my fellow council members because we went to the Reagan Day gala on Saturday, and they had won some awards for being the best glam 80s version. Couples, Mr. Day and his lovely wife Bree, and also Councilmember Tucker's wife also won as well as a she won an award for being best dressed 80s and all that. So out of 3 awards, we showed up and pretty much we represented two major awards. And so I just want to say thank you to the staff for doing such a great job. We're doing a lot of work that's thankless, and I mean, obviously we're here 10 at night, and we're still doing it, so thank you for your dedication and for your work, and we can't do it without y'all. So, and with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:39 p.m.